leg side to the right hand, and to the left hander, it's been much too wide of the off stump.
That's his natural delivery, ball going away from the left-hander and into the right-hander. But I think he needs to start a little straighter. Nandu loves wit. We've seen in the couple games that he played before. Here on Saturday, I think it was where he, cut the ball very well, hit the ball through cover very well. So he loves wit. Kyle needs to bowl a little tighter. Probably on middle stump. Starts on middle stump.
Still not interesting, the batsman in playing, and that's the end of the first over. It's 6 without loss after the first over here in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Barbados versus West Indies Academy. In case you're just joining us, Barbados won the toss and decided to put in the West Indies Academy, who have left out Lane, Bowen Tuckett, and Pittman. Lane played in the last game. He's out of the side today. As for Barbados, they made one change themselves. Primus, the big fast bowler, coming in for only his first game of the season. This is Barbados' second game of the tournament. They started off with a win against Jamaica in their opening match of the event. And, well, as for the West Indies Academy, they won their first game and dropped the second one. So they will need to get back on even keel. But it's going to be a tough task against this very fired up Barbados team, very experienced. Dominic Drakes will start off from the southern end. Yeah, Drakes does get that amount of lift, similar to you. I think he's a bit taller than you are. You're in the region of 6'4", 6'4" or so.
6'2".
6'2"? Only?
Yeah.
Look a little bit taller than that. Yeah, maybe about 6'4", 6'5" or so. So he's always going to have the advantage of getting that extra bit of lift.
Yeah, he will get lift. I think he swings with the new ball a bit as well, so he needs to bowl a bit fuller. That first ball there was just back over length. Easy for Milius.
Yeah, that's the fuller one that you were asking for. And Dominic Drakes certainly has been around for a long time. He's now 25 and 30 wickets in List A cricket at 31.74. Of course, you'd want to do better with that average. But a fine young player of the 2021 CPL final.
Yeah, I was fortunate to be there. I was one of the coaches there. I had an injury, so I had to miss out from playing. And he had, one of his dream.
Nice carry there to Shea Hope. Sure he would have appreciated that. Yeah, it was a fine match for him. He also got the winning runs in that one. Turned in a fine bowling performance in that game.
He had a dream tournament, both bat and ball. He did excellent with the ball, and in the finals he really pulled through. And from there you could see his career just kick on. He got contracts in a lot of franchises, played IPL as well, get the opportunity to be in IPL. So it was good for him.
Well, it's not a naughty-looking shot there from Melius, the unseen Lucian. We have seen him in the past, in previous tournaments, give away his wicket early with loose shots outside the off stump. He also was part of that West Indies team, emerging players team, that won the 2019 tournament. That was the first time I've seen him, but he's grown since then. He's grown into quite a huge guy. He's put on some size, a lot of muscle in there, and you can see he's been hitting the gym quite regularly.
Yeah, he's come on leaps and bounds. But that exact line there is where he's very...
That's hit powerfully, and that will run away for the first boundary of the morning. That's gone as square as they come. And another loosener outside the off stump, and went through beautifully with that. Melius in the air, but safely away from the fielder to pick up the first boundary.
Just as I was about to say, he likes to free his arm outside off stump. He gets a wide half volley, and dispatches over cover.
Because Melius loves it outside there and slams that one away. Drakes will try again. Just chops down on that one. We'll get it down to third man. Just going to be one this time. Leacock is down there and he's doing the fielding. Of course, Leacock will be eager to get a chance to bowl on this pitch. Took 4 wickets here in his first game, and he'll be looking to get another chance. End of the over. After 2 overs, it's 11 for 1. 11 without loss, correction. So, of course, you've been here for the 2 games so far. This pitch certainly doesn't have a lot of pace in it.
Yeah, it's right. It's really slow. It's changed a lot from when we played first class cricket here. It used to be a belter. You know, lots of runs used to score. Bowlers, it was a bowler's nightmare. Now spinners are really dominating on this surface.
Oh, is that a stumping? That was good work just down the leg side from Shea Hope. We talk about his batting, but his keeping is an underrated part of his game. And that leg side, the attempted leg side stumping certainly showed he has a clean pair of gloves, doesn't he?
He does have a very good pair of hands. Even you see it at international level when he and Puran is playing. You know, he usually keeps wicket.
Again, keeps well. He doesn't really look like he's going to drop anything back there. It's so important to have a proper keeper behind the stumps. I'm sure as a bowler you appreciate that with part-time. The last thing you want to see is a part-timer dropping a dolly behind the stumps.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, fortunately, I've had some really good keepers in the past. You know, Ramdin, Gibran Mohammed, I started with Gibran, Katwaru.
Yeah, that's a rather naughty-looking shot. That one kept a little bit low there from Mayers. Embarrassment of riches for TNT behind the stumps. Shea Hope doesn't give you any impression that they don't have a proper keeper out there. He is the genuine article. Of course, when he's out there with the bat, he's definitely the best player in terms of ODI cricket. Nicely struck, but straight to the fielder. In fact, there's just checking on that last night in terms of where he stands in terms of runs scored. Since 2019, Shea Hope has scored 3,278 runs. Now, he's not playing ODI cricket at the moment. He's playing List A cricket. He's still ahead of every other batsman in the world, including Babar Azam and Virat Kohli. And they are playing and scoring runs at the World Cup right now, and he's still ahead of them since 2019.
That's a very interesting stat, Fidia, because you would have think that he might have been up there, but not on the top, because he hasn't been playing in the World Cup. He hasn't played for a while, besides the World Cup qualifiers. So it's, you know, kudos to him, the job that he's been doing.
Yeah, that's right. He is in excellent form. That's hit high. This could bounce away towards the boundary. There's Leacock after it. The outfield is not the fastest here at UE St. Augustine, and they get 3 runs. Another nice-looking shot there by Melius. Easily the more aggressive of the 2 batters, and he's already starting to move along. And certainly Kyle Mayers is quite aware that this is not a pitch he's going to remember with a lot of fondness.
Yeah, it's not a pitch that he's going to get a lot out of. I think he's bowling the right areas. His strength is swinging the ball, so he needs a bowler's fuller length. So maybe he can take off one of the guys from the leg side and put him to long on. I think that might be a more attacking field for him. So,
well, in fact, it has changed over, so it's now going to be the start of the 4th over here. Second over for Dominic Drakes, went for 5 in his first over. And there's a slip and a gully in place for him. Offside well protected here against Matthew Nandu, who's a pretty good offside player. Saw him score 100 against Zimbabwe in the Under-19 World Cup at Diego Martin last year. Shuffles into position nicely and plays it on the leg side. Certainly does. His technique looks very composed, doesn't it?
As I said a couple of days ago, he reminded me of Narsingh Dev Narayan. He looks, his setup is similar to him, as well as Vishal Singh. He's a combination of those two. And they score a lot of runs at first class cricket, so I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same. He looks very good, he looks compact, his technique is good. Very, very good, young, exciting talent.
In the air, but not far away from the fielder. far enough. Almost a mix-up at the other end also. A lot of miscommunication between those two. And that is a good delivery from Drakes to produce that uncertainty. Almost fended it off to that mid-wicket position.
Playing a bit early, I think. He played just before the ball came. That's why he tried to turn and it almost ended up in short mid-wicket. As you can see, there's not much pace in the wicket again. I think this the pitch that they used yesterday is just the right of it.
That's a good point. And certainly we saw yesterday a lot of the deliveries, especially late on in the innings, with those cutters you talked about, just trying to bowl it into the pitch and use the slowness of the pitch to defeat the batsman and produce those false shots.
I was a bit disappointed the way Windward Islands finished off their innings bowling. I thought, yes, they had a plan to bowl wide, but I thought, the pitch, it was that slow, you would have gotten more results bowling into the wicket, just like what the combined compasses they did in the end of their innings.
Nicely cut, but straight to the fielder again. Young Ross, as they call him, is out there. And Barbados going with Hope, Brathwaite, Brooks, Chase, Drakes, Leacock, Mayers, Primus, Reefer, Warwican, and McAllister today. Certainly many would have been excited to see McAllister, the young speedster, coming through. 27 years old now. But in the last year or so, he has really come on. Not exactly the pitch you'd want to see him bowl on, but he'll test his skills, certainly. Here's Drakes again. Oh, that was not far away from the edge. And certainly Drakes thought there was, but there was absolutely no reaction from Shea Hope. So that certainly gave it away. It was a good delivery, but certainly not inducing an edge.
I think that's the length that he needs to bowl on this pitch. Captain will want him to bowl a lot more of those deliveries. Nandu just flirting outside the off stump. Not to the pitch of it. I think that ball just probably swung a bit more than expected. A good delivery from Drakes.
So he's found his mark now. Straying down the leg side again. Clipped off nicely here by young Nandu. And that brings us to the last ball of the over. And it's 14 without loss. 14 without loss after 4. So better over there from Dominic Drakes, at least inducing a couple of false shots there from the bat of Matthew Nandu. 4 for Nandu, 9 for Kimani Melius. So still early days yet. As for the batters, you can't say that they're in 100% control, but neither can you say the same for the Barbados bowlers.
Yeah, they're not really. I think they're very inconsistent at this point in time. They haven't used the new ball well, or as well as they should have.
And again, that one's much too wide there. As you mentioned, his natural delivery starting way too wide. They do have 2 slips in place for him, but that's not going to interest Nandu at all.
Interesting. They have a fine leg. I don't think if the ball goes there, it will go down to the boundary before because of the slowness of the outfield. Probably would have used an extra guy on the offside.
Nicely driven. I think Mayer's just got a hand to that. Man whose middle name is Rico. Translates as rich in Spanish, of course. He certainly is rich in talent, I can tell you that. He's quite a fine talent. We were talking this morning about his shot in Australia last year. The uppercut, the back-footed drive that went into the stands.
Yeah, it was an amazing shot. When we saw it the first time, we couldn't believe it, how far it went into the stands. Just keep looking at it over and over again. He's very strong. Lots of talent, Kyle Mayers.
I saw it just yesterday again, so I was just amazed by that. It just continues to amaze you over and over. It's some of those sporting plays that when you watch it, it just seems to grow on you more and more. Declined the single this time. A big call of no from Melius. Some sporting players, sorry, Riyad, but you watch them over and over. I've seen Diego Maradona's goal in the '86 World Cup a million times, and it just always seems to have that magnificence about it. But Kyle Mayers' shot, that is absolutely extraordinary.
I remember when we played for Barbados.
That's he punched that through the gap. It's not going to go to the boundary. There's some backup there. McAllister is out there. And also Warwicken, who picks it up, and they get a couple of runs. So scoring rate has not been free-flowing, but they've managed to break the shackles, as you were saying.
I remember when we played for Barbados in CPL, Barbados Tridents. He was one of the youngsters coming into the team, and when he was selected, we heard good things about him. He came to the camp. He was very raw, and he was excited, bowling and batting. He was more batting than bowling at that time.
On drive onto the inner portion of the bat there. Still not timing it perfectly, and you would expect that a bit on this particular pitch. Still, Nandu hasn't quite come to the task yet, but he is going a bit aggressively at the moment.
I remember Robin Singh saying that this guy, he's a bit raw, but he can hit the ball, and we saw, he didn't have the best of CPL for a couple of years, and then I think he understand what he had to do, and obviously he worked hard, and now he's reaping the rewards. His bowling has come on leaps and bounds as well.
Of course, he'll have to revisit some of those old methods that worked well for him today, because he's going to have to dig deep on this pitch. Ooh, that one held its line nicely, and unfortunately didn't find the stumps there, but a good ball to end off the third over, bowled by Kyle Mayers, and at the end of 5 overs, it's 17 without loss. We haven't had the fastest of starts here in this match. In fact, looking at the stats, the average first innings run rate is 4.3 here, so you would expect to get about 40 odd or so in the first 10 overs here, and they're a little bit behind that at the moment, so they're going slower than normal rate.
Yeah, yesterday as well, the CCC team, they struggled a bit in the power play, but what they did well was they didn't lose wickets in the power play, but they had a mini collapse in the middle before Dorich and Jordan Johnson came and pulled things back.
Good bouncer. Certainly surprised the tall Melius. And now it does take a bit of effort to get that over the head of Kivani Melius, but he did that there. Looks a little bit surprised that one was called a wide.
It's more like a balloon bounce there from Drakes. He had to pong it way down in the middle of the pitch. He's not happy with the call, but I think it's a fair call from the umpires.
Yeah, Melius is easily about 6'4" or so, and to really get that above his head. Look at his pads. His pads are about the height of the stumps. My God. He's a big unit, isn't he? Hits that well and caught. There is the first wicket, and the rewards have come for Dominic Drakes, getting it into the right area, and the aggressive Melius drives it straight to the fielder, and there is the first wicket down for the West Indies Academy, and that is 17 for 1 here, and here's how it happened.
Loose shot from Melius. I think he's trying to go over the cover again, not really get into the pitch. It's the slowness of the pitch, and good catch there at cover. Melius goes for 9. 18 for 1, West Indies Academy.
Yeah, so good wicket there, but you may have felt that it was coming because the two batsmen were playing shots. There was always going to be that chance being offered, a couple offered by Nandu on the other side in the last over from Drakes. So if anything, Drakes of the two bowlers has sort of found his range now. Mayer's still struggling to find his range, you feel, but he's gotten the rewards here. Finally, Drakes, and that was a good catch there from Brooksy, who's not going to drop too many of those.
Yeah, Drakesy looks a bit more comfortable than he looks a lot more comfortable than Dapper. He's bowling the right areas. He induced a couple drives early on, which is good. You want him to bowl a little fuller on this wicket because of the slowness of it, and obviously to try to get some swing. As you can see, there's not much swing here at the moment, so he needs to bowl a little fuller, that in between length, and that he did. Milius driving upwardly to Shamar Brooks and taking it with ease.
Yeah, certainly he's a tall man, but even with that long left leg of his, couldn't get across to the pitch of it. And that was going away from Brooks. I think, if anything, Brooks made that look a lot easier than it was, because that was going to his left side, and just a casual move across to his left. He took it well and just continued in the motion. And you got the sense that he was really just absorbing the speed of the ball. That was excellent catch there from Brooks. Here's the man of the moment here, Dominic Drakes, son of the current Barbados Pride coach, Vasper Drakes, the 54-year-old who played 12 test matches for the West Indies. Leonardo Julian is a new man, of course, from Trinidad and Tobago, and an exciting young batsman, wicketkeeper batsman, also pretty good behind the stumps. And you talked about the embarrassment of riches, the TNT, in terms of wicket-keeping. Here's another one trying to find his way through the ecosystem.
Yeah, Leonardo is very talented. You know, he's a very exciting batter, as well as a very good keeper. He's in the line also with Joshua De Silva, Django. So
can't get his first run here. Of course, when you have a situation like that, it does work well for the players. Some have come out on the wrong side. Katwaru, for instance, very fine player, can't get a look in because of the amount of talent around him. And then you have the likes of Julian and these guys coming up, and they apply further pressure. But pressure has a way of creating diamonds, isn't it?
yes, it sure has. He's got an opportunity here for the West Indies Academy. I'm sure he'll be looking to make an impact here, playing at home. He probably know the conditions better than most of the players here. So he needs to get a good start for his team.
And you can see how slow it is. He got in line with that, and he seemed to be waiting for it. He really came to attention in 2019 during that Super 50 2019. He scored 83 in the finals against the Leeward Islands to help the West Indies emerging players to win that title. He didn't look like he could buy a run before that, but he turned in spectacularly in that final and really turned the match towards the West Indies Academy.
He did turn up for that final. As you said, he wasn't really scoring any runs throughout the tournament, but finals he did turn up. He put his hand up.
Yeah, it does tell you something about his temperament, though, that to turn up in a final, get 83, take your team to victory, does tell you a little bit about him. He was only 18 or so at the time, so that really spoke volumes about his talent.
He has had a couple opportunities to play CPL as well. He hasn't really got the runs that he would expect him to do that. He is batted at the top of the order, struggled really in CPL, hasn't really got any scores. But I think that will do his confidence good coming into this tournament. Having played with those guys, you know, I'm sure he would have been speaking to a lot of the guys there at Jamaica. So at St. Lucia, sorry.
Yeah, the Zooks.
So
would have played.
hopefully
Did have a stint with the TKR also, of course.
So, you know, he's rubbing shoulders with Faf, Duplessis, Sikandar, Raza. These guys have done it, you know. Raza, one of the most successful cricketers in white ball cricket for the past 2 years. So I'm sure he would have asked questions, and hopefully he can bring that experience here now.
Yeah, certainly it is one of the great melting pots. So much information has been transferred to these youngsters in a situation like that. 6 overs gone, 19 for 1, and Dominic Drake's getting the first wicket in the last over. His figures now 1 for 18, Mayers none for 11, and despite the fact that Mayers hasn't quite found his range just yet, he has been untidy, but he's not been he has been trashed around the park so far. So he's getting a 4th over. Would you expect to see more than 4 overs, given that it's not exactly the coolest of conditions here today?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably wouldn't be given more than 4 or 5 overs on every stint. every spell is probably 4 to 5 overs maximum. So only 10 overs he allowed to bowl. But
As Mayers to try again. This is the start of his fourth over. And that's much better from him, forcing Nandu to play. There have been too many deliveries that Matthew Nandu has been allowed to let go outside the off stump. 6 of 16 so far. But for the Pride, this has been a good start. A wicket early, and they've kept the batsmen quiet. In fact, Barbados have never lost a game at this venue. They've won both their first-class matches and their only list A match at this venue. They have 3 wins here at this venue in St. Augustine. Flicked away, and they will get 1. The big man Primus comes off the boundary to do the fielding. That's the fine leg fielder you were referring to earlier. And Barbados is the only side to register 3 wins here at this venue. Trinidad and Tobago has played 4 games and won 2 and drawn the other 2. So they actually have the march then on the home team.
yeah, I remember one of that drawn game, is one of games that Trinidad and Tobago would like to forget, feeling for 2 days and 3/4.
Oh, we remember that one very well. Double 100. There was a sublime 100 by Marlon Samuels. I remember that one.
So yeah, we will definitely want to forget that game.
On the leg side and a wide. There was a stifled appeal. More attempt to con the umpire more than anything else, but he's not going to buy that at all. And Nash got a double in that game also. But I'm just mentioning this for the benefit of the Jamaica fans who would like to just rub it in a little bit.
Yeah, they always speak about it when we get together. They always ask.
I could imagine.
If we're still recovering from those sessions.
Yeah, he's gone back to type here, a bit too wide of the off stump. So that the 2 of the drawn matches here and 2 good wins. There was a pretty good win on Valentine's Day for Trinidad and Tobago here against the CCC team. There was a young Carlos Brathwaite that played here, took 5 wickets, bowled the entire afternoon. Almost got his team across the line. Darren Ganga standing up and making the winning runs for TNT. That's better there from Mayers outside. So there have been some exciting matches here. Matches have been played at this Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Field since 1974. There are records of first-class matches between North Trinidad, Central Trinidad, played at this venue. So it's been around for quite a while. So another over just drifting along here. Just allowing Matthew Nandu, very important for him to get his eye in here because we saw a couple of false shots. He played a few shots, almost found the fielder a couple of times. Now he's just deciding, look, I just need to get my eye in here and set up for a big one.
Yeah, I think Kyle is the last couple balls. That's his line he wants to be bowling. I don't think he's getting the movement that he usually get with the wide ball.
That one kept low, certainly. That was almost a toe crusher there for the keeper. End of the over, well taken by Shea Hope at the back. And at the end of 7 overs, it is 21 for 1. So slow start here on a pitch that does not promise to offer much to the bowlers. And so after 7 overs, the West Indies Academy, after being put in, certainly very, very sedate here at the start. The current run rate just 3 runs and over. And as you talk about run rates, certainly the team that has led the way internationally in terms of batting in ODI, the template that so many teams are trying to follow would be, of course, India. India, just a couple years ago, was scoring at 4.3. At the last World Cup, they scored at 4.3 and over for the first 10 overs. Currently, India scores 6.23. And that's down to the fact that they've top-loaded, put in a lot of the batsmen to really force the issue, especially Rohit Sharma, who's played so well in the last few years.
It's easy to say that they have increased their run rate from 4.2 or 4.5 to 6.2. I think the pitch is a main contributor to that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Certainly the pitches have been... Ooh, wow, he almost took out Shea Hope there. Oh my. Shea Hope was looking to set the field. The throw came back in from Brooks, and Hope, his reflexes are so good. I tell you what, he was actually fending the ball off the side of his face.
That's a lucky escape there for Shea Hope. Shamar Brooks throwing the ball back to him, as he would do, getting the ball back to the keeper. He wasn't looking. I think he was signaling for the helmet from the staff outside.
Well, no wonder guys throwing at your head like that.
Luckily for him, it wasn't straight to his head.
I think it was. He just fended it off. Anyway, he's faced some of the big fast bowlers in the world and seen a few couple of, so that was nothing from Brooks. He just brushed it off. I'll go on with what I'm doing. Yeah, but in terms of the India rally, 6.23 pitches have been a lot more conducive. But then also when you have the talent like Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill at the top, 6.3 might sound pedestrian.
Yeah, you know, they're exceptional players. They both know how to bat. They bat well together. Sharma is one of the best players of white ball.
Good from Drakes. Nandu continues to, well, actually, this is Julian now trying to get himself in. None of 11 deliveries. He's still yet to score. And that template, India put so much pressure on teams very early in the contest with that lineup. Rohit actually has changed the way he's played his game. One of the things that he's focused on is ensuring that he doesn't get out of the first 20 deliveries. Now, Nandu is 8 of 18. Julian, none of 11. Perhaps a little taking a page out of his book. Oh, he's played at that, and he's gone, is he? He's taken the edge, and he's been given out. And Leonardo Julian, with the very first attacking shot he's played, has gone for a duck here. 12th delivery, playing at one outside the off stump. Takes the edge. Shea Hope, not perturbed by that bouncer he got from Brooks earlier today. Takes the catch, and that's the end of Julian. 2 wickets down the West Indies Academy.
Just as you were saying, you know, he's taking his time looking to get set. But the first 20 balls before looking to attack, you know, getting a ball outside off stump driving. I don't think his foot was anywhere close to it. Easy catch to Shea Hope.
That's why you never praise players. Riyadh, you're now early in your commentary career. Do not praise players at all when you're out here.
Trust me, Vidya, I've had a couple of those over the past couple of days.
Yeah, so I'm sure you've been dismissed by commentators a few times yourself. 22 for 2. Unfortunately, that's the end of it for Julian here. He's out for a duck, 22 for 2. And we were, in fact, talking about that Rohit Sharma's approach, trying to bat out those 20 balls and then exploding. But Julian here going for one. And as you pointed out, that front foot nowhere close to the line of the delivery and a very healthy edge. Here's another young, talented batsman out of Grenada. This is Teddy Bishop, the very tall and slim young batsman who came into the first-class game last year, actually replacing Kimani Melius as a concussion substitute in a match they played last year, Windward Islands versus Ghana. Hit on the head by, if I remember correctly, Clinton Pestano. Of course, you would have played against him a bit.
Yeah, he's a very exciting young player. I think he needs to continue his good form. Last game he played here at the Oval, he was batting very well and batting together with the captain and just decided that he had enough and gave away his wicket. And that was the demise. That was the start of the demise for the West Indies West Indies Academy players. Hopefully he can get it right today. Wealth of talent, this guy.
High backclip, very tall. A really languid-looking right-hander out of Grenada. And he has played some CPL cricket for the Barbados Royals. And, of course, scored 100 for the West Indies under-19 during the World Cup last year. That's where I first saw him. But coming in to play as a concussion substitute. And it was interesting, in the second innings, he opened with Devon Smith, who was playing in his last couple of games. And what was interesting was that he was making his debut with a gentleman. I'll tell you in a minute here. 22 for 2. Well, he's going for a pull shot. He's not going to hold back here at all. He opened the innings with Devon Smith in the second innings of that match. And what was interesting is that as the over comes to an end, by the way, one ball, yeah, that's the end of the over, 22 for 2. He opened with Devon Smith. What was interesting is that he was 5 months old when Devon Smith was making his test debut for the West Indies.
As you said, it's funny as you said, I vaguely remember listening to the commentary and whoever was on was saying that. I vaguely remember that as you said that. It's probably what you said. Yeah, so I'm sure he would have learned a lot from Smithy. Smithy has been, very dominant in first class cricket. As you can see, he playing a pull shot second ball he played. So he's someone who will not look to stick around for long, and probably he can, temper his aggression a bit. His team is 22 for 2 in 8 overs, inside 8 overs. But that's just the nature of him. He's young, and this is where he's going to learn. He has the West Indies coach here with him, who's obviously going to lead him in the right path.
So, Red, I'm going to leave you now, and it's going to be Kadir to take you up for the next half an hour or so. And I'll be back to replace you after that.
So see Jai McAllister. Very soft dismissal here. First ball by McAllister. Matthew Nandu attempting a pull shot, hitting it straight to square leg. He's gone for it. West Indies Academy is in lots of trouble here. 22 for 3. As we welcome our co-commentator Kadir. Good morning, Kadir.
Good morning, Riyad. And my introduction seemed to cost the West Indies Academy a wicket here. Matthew Nandu was looking so very positive this morning. He's been gone, attempting a pull shot, not in control. And the Academy have slipped to 22 for 3. Riyad in a bit of trouble here now.
Yeah, it's a poor shot here from Nandu. As video was saying before, he's taking his time, trying to bat the first 20 balls, trying to copy the likes of Rohit Sharma. And, first fall shot we see them playing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Matthew Nandu. I'm sure he would have wanted to bat a lot more overs than that. But Ajay McAllister, what an introduction he's been. A wicket off his first delivery, speedster. And Kevin Wickham out of Barbados, he makes his way out in at number 5. He certainly have a job to do here with Teddy Bishop, both batsmen very new to the crease.
Yeah, Bishop only facing 2 balls thus far. These 2 batters are more attacking batters, but they need to curb that aggression now. They need to build a foundation. Losing 3 wickets inside the first 10 overs. It's not what they would be looking, what they would ask for. Barbados, on the other hand, winning the toss and bowling exactly what they look for.
McAllister again. This one seemed to be another opportunity here. Wickham with a loose shot. First delivery outside off stump. And Roston Chase is spilling that one. What another wicket that would have been here.
And that's a poor attempt here from Roston Chase. For his standard, that is what we call a dolly.
Another good shot from Bishop. It was a wide outside the off stump. Just losing a wicket, not the shot you want to be playing. As you mentioned, Riyad, they got to curb their natural instincts here. Got to refocus, rethink their plans. Gets off the mark, Wickham. Not in the ideal fashion that he'd want to. 23 for 3. Yeah, much better from Bishop, getting right behind the line. Because there's a slip in play.
I think what they need to do is just try to get the pace of the wicket as quickly as possible. There's lots of overs to go. It's 41 overs after this, so there's lots of time in the game. Whatever moisture is there, they need to bat it out and see out the moisture. I think it's going to get easier. Well, we're hoping that it gets easier while the innings go along.
And there you can see the slow nature of the pitch. Bishop playing a little bit before time, coming off the inner portion of the bat. Yet how much of a challenge it is when you play on a surface that is as slow as this one, as a batsman? How much of a challenge it is adapting to something like this?
It is a bit of a challenge, especially for attacking players. You know, the attacking players like ball coming on to them where they can play through the line. You know, guys who are not so attacking, it's a lot easier for them.
Short and wide again, punched away, half stopped by Brathwaite, the cover, and Bishop is going to get off the mark. Teddy Bishop, young, exciting batter, got 95 not out against CCC in the first outing, a game that the West Indies Academy went on to win, and he was looking so good at the Oval. Yeah, and then just a rush of blood, you have to say, gave it away, and after that is a slide from the Academy batters.
Yeah, as I was saying before, he looks so sound at the Oval. He's batting with the captain as well, Naim Young, who is not a bad player with the bat. You know, just for a couple overs, just decided that he's going to take on the bowlers, and it was just looking like he was going to get out any point in time. And when he did, that was the demise of the team. It all went downhill from that. So I'm sure he probably was spoken about it, and hopefully he can, he together with Wickham could build a partnership here, and they really need a partnership. Okay, 24 for 3 after 9 overs, so they need a couple guys to put up their hands and do the dirty work, bat the overs, and hopefully get a good score.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be the plans, I'm sure, from these two. But Wickham usually likes to get after the bowling. You mentioned he got to curb that natural instinct, got to do the hard yards here. Drake's in for his 5th over. Down the leg side, and no call from umpire Butler. Yeah, just came off something.
It was an appeal by Drake's. Nothing from Shea. Probably just brushing the thigh pad.
Drake's has he's looked good this morning. He's certainly found the areas in this surface. 2 for 9 so far. Speaking to Naim Young this morning and asking him about, batters getting starts and not carrying on, if that was a bit of a concern for him. And he said that, of course, everyone needs to take responsibility, and he now will have a job to do, Naim Young.
Yeah, it's interesting throughout the tournament, guys getting starts and not really carrying on to get the big scores, the big hundreds. We saw yesterday the Windward Islands, 3 guys getting to 50. Sully Lambris, at the end he was out there on 52, but the guys at the top, Jeremy Solozano and Alec Atenas, getting to 50 and not really carrying on to get that big 100. So I'm sure Naim will be disappointed that his guys are getting starts and not really carrying on. Someone needs a big score here today. Probably we'll see first time somebody from the West Indies Academy getting a start and carrying on, hopefully to those 3 figures.
Yeah, and so much planning goes into where you want to be at a particular stage of an innings. Another good delivery from Drake's. Yeah, so much planning goes into where you want to be at a particular stage, and I'm sure the first power play, the first 10 overs, they may have been looking at about 40 odd, maybe for 1 or without loss would have been better, but now 3 down, got to recalculate their plans. Riyadh, does it mean that they could go through the gears just to nullify the Barbados attack and just stem the flow of wickets?
I mean, you sit in team meetings and you say, you want to be at X at 10 overs or Y at 10 overs, so you lost of so many wickets. But, as you go there, the opening batters will dictate, how well.
A good shot from Bishop, just guiding it down to third man. He's gonna pick up a easy single.
Yeah, the openers will dictate, how well we get to, how well they get to that score. If they have to adjust that score, that all determines on how well the pitch is or how well the bowling is. The pitch obviously is a lot slower than they probably would have expected. Having said that, they didn't really assess the conditions well. Yes, the wicket is slow, but they will still try to play attacking shots where the ball wasn't really there to play. So, they have to take the responsibility and say, hey, okay, if our target was 50, probably we'll try to get it around 35, 40 with the loss of, least wickets as possible. They've lost 3 wickets now with, some poor shot selection. And I think they'll be happy with it. And to be very honest, Barbados hasn't really bowled, they consistently well. Drake's has bowled excellent. Kyle Mears has been a bit on and off. He's been a bit indifferent. So they'll be disappointed losing 3 wickets in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, so 10 done. It's 25 for 3. West Indies Academy losing the toss and being asked to bat first. And it's not been a first good 10 overs for them. Started a bit slowly and then just started to lose wickets. Milius the first to go. He was caught by Brooks of Drakes for 9. Julian was caught behind by Hope of Drakes for no score. And Nandu, most recently, he went caught bowled McAllister for 8. But you speak about adaptation, Riyad, and it's a very good point. Being the team that adapts fastest to the conditions would most likely be the team that is going to come out on top in the end. How much smarts or is that to assess conditions?
As I said before, the openers are very important. Opening both batting and bowling, they are the ones who, getting the first opportunity to use the pitch and to use the ball. They're the ones who setting the tone for the batters to come or the bowlers to come. So they're the ones who is going to give you the information going forward. And you need that information, sending back to, if you're batting, to the dressing room and the other batters, and you're bowling, you share the information on the field.
Oh, this is another soft dismissal. Bishop looking to pull, and another wicket goes. Teddy Bishop this time. Smith, the substitute, he takes a good low catch at mid-wicket, and the Academy slip into further trouble. 25 for 4. Real, have a look at this.
Very, very soft dismissal again. Exactly what we were saying before, They need to curb their aggression. It's a poor shot again from Bishop. Knowing that the wicket is slow, pulling straight to short mid-wicket. He goes 25 for 4. The tatters here, the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, McAllister just came into the attack and already picked up 2 wickets. Another poor shot. A short delivery. Maybe could have just got in line and just play. Losing 3 wickets, Riyad, and another attacking shot. Must be disappointing.
Yeah, again, sharing information. I'm sure he would have been sitting there looking at the slowness of the pitch and knowing exactly, where he needs to play. Cross-batted shots on this pitch is going to be very difficult. You just need to bat some time. It's 40 overs again to go. No need for that shot. One of the better batters of the West Indies Academy. He knows how important it is for him to bat. Just giving his wicket again.
That must be a concern. Teddy Bishop, of course, would have been one of the leading batters in this Academy team. Here's Akim Ogis, left-hander. And his role becomes even more critical here. Not want to be losing another wicket at this stage. Just 10.2 overs gone. Already 4 wickets down. Jai McAllister and the Barbados, they're going to be happy. It's that decision by Shea up the bowl. He must be feeling a happy man. Of course, making the right call. Just allowing that one to go through Huggies. There is a slip. Third man, a backward point. Cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. A man back at deep backward square. And Primus is at fine leg.
It's always nice when you make a decision, either batting or bowling, and it comes out to the way that you want it to. Shea Hope will be very happy.
Nice looking push from Huggies. Can't get a single.
His bowler's backing him up. Making the decision that he did. You know, there's one missed opportunity. Wickham being dropped or not. He'll be hoping that doesn't cost them a lot of runs.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham and Akim Huggies. Huggies out of the Windward Islands. He's just tucking this one on the onside. He's going to pick up a single, getting off the mark, Huggies. McAllister, very exciting prospect. Brings to the end another over, 11 done. It's 26 for 4. Might be seeing a bowling change here. Jakes being withdrawn from the attack. It looks as though Raymond Reefer, another left arm seamer, is going to pick up the attack. Jakes 2 for 10 from 5 overs. McAllister 2 also with 2 wickets. But I like the variety in the Barbados' attack. They got the raw pace of McAllister. They got the swing and seam of Kyle Mayers, left-handed option with Drakes and the Reefer, and of course slow bowling options, the Javid Leacock, leg break bowler, of course Ruston Chase. A lot of variety in that attack.
There is a lot of options for Shea Hope. I think they have every ground covered. They have a leg spinner, they have a left arm orthodox, they have an off spinner, they have 2 left hand seamers, they have a fast bowler with McAllister. They have Roshan Primus who bowls a heavy ball. So I think they have all bases covered and they have a wealth of attack while batting.
Here's Reefer. Just staying down a bit. Huggies allowing that one to go through. Assessment of conditions here, very vital, very key now moving forward. The West Indies Academy, 26 for 4. Still a slip in play. Still an attacking option.
Good start here from Raymond. He's the one who is trying to bowl wicket to wicket. He's not very fast. He does not have the pace of a McAllister or even Drakesy, but he's not a bad option with the ball. He knows how to bowl on these slow pitches. He has a lot of variations. Well, he has variations.
So he's flashing at another one, playing and missing. I think he understands his limitations, Raymond Reefer, and he operates thereabouts. Always asking questions, looking to be in those good areas. Get a bit of seam movement as well.
Young West Indies Academy players, they're not looking to try to occupy the crease for long. They've been playing shutter ball basically.
I think it's got to be old school test cricket from here onwards. At least a consolidation period for them. Just not seem to be learning from what has taken place before. A wry smile from you, Riyadi.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling the way that they just throwing the bat at everything that is just outside of stump.
But on a surface as slow as this one, Where are your scoring options as a batsman? Is it when the ball is full, or is it when it's how do you go about scoring runs? Of course, you got to take the strike over. You got to be scoring runs. Where are your scoring options as a batsman?
I mean, you need to the fuller balls are the ones that you try to pounce on. Ball needs to be really under you, half volley for you to score on, and if it's short and wide, you cut. I think when you're set is the most important thing. When you're set on pitches like this, it becomes easier. But you need to get set, bat balls, bat 15, 20 balls before you can actually play a lot of attacking shot, unless it's a rank half volley or full toss where you can put it away.
12 done, 26 for 4, maiden over by Raymond Reefer. But those lateral shots, those pull shots and those cut shots might be a bit tricky on a surface like this.
It is going to be tricky, especially pull shots, because you're not really sure how fast the ball is going to come or how slow it's going to come. Sometimes the bowler, ball cross seam delivery is going to rush it. Normal delivery might just bounce a little more. So it's very tricky to play cross-batted shots on wickets like these.
Another bowling change. Primus being introduced now. It's picking up from where McAllister left off from the northern end. Roshan Primus in for his first game. Of course, he bowls a heavy ball. Riyadh, he gets onto you a lot quicker than you may expect.
Yeah, Primus is a strong guy. He does bowl off a heavy ball. He's not scared to hit the middle of the pitch, and we'll see this. And he bowls a lot of cutters as well. He's added that to his armory. It's good to see him, finally get an opportunity to play for the Barbados team.
Yes, Primus running away from us. That's with a full delivery. I've become a bit surprised by that one. I felt as though he missed out on a scoring opportunity there, Riyadh. No square leg in place. There's a deep backward square. And mid wicket is there.
Yeah, he probably wasn't expecting a full toss from Primus. You can get that from Primus sometimes. Trying to go for extra pace. When he gets it right, he is a handful, especially with the newer ball.
Yeah, much better from Wickham. Yeah. Sean Primus, one of those exciting cricketers, all-round cricketers. Guy that you wouldn't mind having in your team.
Surely he's, a very exciting cricketer. He burst on the scene in Trinidad for Alaskan Comets. Had a very good season. Eventually he went on to play for Trinidad and Tobago senior team, the Red Force team.
Yeah. Nice pleasant drive from Wickham, goes through the covers. It's going to get at least a couple here. In fact, they're pushing it now. They're getting 3 runs. Good running from these two. Picking up 3, Wickham with a nice firm push. And that'll give him some confidence.
Nice looking shot there from Wickham, just waiting on the ball. Nice half volley from Roshan Primus. Not the length that he wants to be bowling. He needs to bowl full, but not half volley length. A bit straighter. I think the most important thing is bowling wicket to wicket on this pitch. Need to bowl wicket to wicket. Any sort of variation straight on the wicket is going to be in favor of the bowler. We saw a couple balls keeping low early up.
Yes, O'Geese whipping this one away. And some good work. Good work on the boundary there. It looks to be, not sure who that is out there, but a good save in the end. Just a couple of runs for O'Geese. Primus again, stringing in line.
Looks like Craig Braffett out there. Seems to be okay now. I think it was poor run in there by Wickham and O'Geese. Wickham was looking for 3, sent back by O'Geese.
These are the small margins in this game. Here's a full toss. And Ogis is he's unmoved, but no signal coming from the square leg umpire. So another wicket goes. Primus, another full toss, this time paying off. Ogis goes caught at backward point, and the Academy now half the side back in the hut. It's 31 for 5.
Another poor shot here from West Indies Academy batters. Straight backward point, and he'll not be happy with that shot. Roshan Primus, so another full toss in the over. Getting away with another full toss. No, Geese is gone. 31 for 5. A lot of rebuilding here to do for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, and with that wicket, we're going to have a break for drinks here.
Hey, welcome back to St. Augustine, where it is a very, very dicey position here for the West Indies Academy. They are 31 for 5 after 12.5 overs, and Barbados are well and truly on top here. Couple of wickets for McAllister. Primus taking one with a full toss just before the break, and Anfidi Ramphal alongside Kadir Mohammed. And Kadir, what a horror show it has been so far for the Academy team. And right now, Naeem Young, the captain, has come in, and he has come in to join Kevin Wickham. And Wickham is a fine young player. As the over comes to an end, a successful 1 year for Primus, his first over, and he's already had the wicket, 31 for 5 at the end of 13 overs. Where does this innings go from here? Certainly it can't go any further down.
Yeah, definitely disappointing from the West Indies Academy. And you've got to say, some poor shot selection in and amongst those wickets. But the batters that came after the opening pair, they just not seem to learn from what has taken place before. You look at the way Auguste was out. A full toss. Just not happening for the West Indies Academy. But definitely they got to rebuild now. Naeem Young and Kevin Wickham. A couple of Bajans out in the middle.
And there are a few more around them.
Yeah.
11 approximately. And here is the man who's coming in now. It's the left-handed Reefer to continue, picking up a single. So he's continued to move on here. Wickham scored a 50 against Sri Lanka in the World Cup last year. One of those players who put his hands up for the West Indies under-19 team during that World Cup. Nandu had scored 100 against Papua New Guinea, and Bishop had scored 100 against Zimbabwe. So a lot of players in that team. There's a lot of talent in this West Indies Academy team. However, today it just hasn't shown up. The application, the grit and the gumption that they need hasn't shown up here today.
Yeah, just not happening for them. Nice looking shot from Young. Can't get a single. Good feeling from Drakes at mid-wicket. But Kevin Wickham, he was not a part of the initial squad of the West Indies under-19 team. But a couple of hundreds in the regional under-19 tournament would have earned him a place in the final squad, where he would have done some good things. Always a bit of a utility player. He kept wickets for the Barbados Royals, holds a bit of leg breaks, and at the Oval we saw him bowl off breaks. Seems to be doing everything.
Nicely played by Young. Joe will get a single. So he is off the mark off his third delivery. Naeem Young, the captain. A big rebuild here for the skipper and his team. And he has the ideal foil in Kevin Wickham, who has shown this capacity to dig in several matches before. So let's see if he can do that here today. But certainly they will need a big target here to threaten this Barbados team and prevent them from getting their second win of the tournament. The average first innings score here is actually 262 in the list over matches, at least for the season so far. We just had a small sample size of 2 matches, but it's in the 260s. 6-something would have been quite spectacular.
Yeah, but definitely a partnership is required now. Consolidation, a rebuilding period here. Old school test cricket, if you like.
Yeah, certainly what is required at this point. They just have to dig in and eke out the runs as much as they can and launch an attack later on. Reefer, big part of that Guyana team that formerly called the Guyana Jaguars, now called the Guyana Harpy Eagles, after the great bird that lives in Guyana itself, in the forests. Largest eagle in South America, if I remember correctly. So the former Guyana Jaguars, he was part of that team that dominated, winning 5 successive titles in the last decade. Now back with the Barbados team. Taking them a while to realize how talented he is, has it?
Yeah. Good man to have around the squad, Raymond Reefer. A bit too high. Yeah, good man to have around the team. All-round player, left-handed option as well. End of 14, it's 34 for 5.
So far the top scorer in the innings is Kimani Melius. He was the first to go for 9. So far Nandu has gotten 8. Wickham is on 6 of 8 deliveries, so it has been a really not the best performance here from the West Indies Academy. And when you consider they got over 300 in their first game, it's quite a shocking performance, and it does speak a little bit perhaps to the perhaps not have they read the conditions well. I'm sure that they have. They have senior officials within the team, but it's going out there and executing the plans. I don't think that they've executed the plans that have been laid out to them, because maybe a lot of those shots that you talked about and the whole orientation, the whole way they approach this innings has not been right.
Yeah, I think they've just not adapted to the conditions early on. Slow wicket here is McAllister.
Plays well and straight to the fielder again. Warrican is there, and Warrican might be wondering if he's going to get a chance to bowl here today. And as you and Riyadh were intimating earlier, they do have the full gamut really covered here, Barbados, in terms of the options. Warrican, the left-arm orthodox spinner, he's still an option, and as well as the leg spinner Leacock, who took some 4 wickets in his last game. Played past the fielder. He's going to get 1, and that's all there will be for the batter. So they're just doing it in singles here. We haven't had a boundary for quite a while.
Yeah, no boundaries required at this stage of video. Just got to build a partnership from somewhere of course, the captain, he's got to put his hand up, Naim Young. And they've got to have meaningful conversations. They've got to be exchanging ideas as to what the plans moving forward. Naim Young, a very good cricketer, very good thinker of the game.
Played nicely, and as you mentioned that, he's punched that one through the cover region for 4. So we just mentioned no boundaries. Well, there's one there off the bat of Naim Young, and certainly showing his class here with that. That's stand and deliver stuff.
Yeah, just stood leg side of it, Naim Young, and came down with a good, nice flow of the bat. And they got it in the gap and away for 4. 39 for 5 now.
And with the pace of McAllister, that one really flew past the fielder at the cover region and hit the boundary ropes with some vengeance. Windy air, but away from the fielder. Controlled it well enough to not get himself out. But a hint of mistiming also in the shot there from Jer McAllister. When you see a first name like Jer McAllister, you think about the great Brazilian team of 1970. Jorginho perhaps could be the inspiration of that first name. The outstanding Brazilian winger who scored in every game of that World Cup. And another run here off the bat this time of Wickham. There's a lot to like about the batting of Wickham. He just he's very easy on the eye. Doesn't seem to be too fussed out there, just pushing the singles around. But he can turn it on later on in the innings when he gets settled.
Yeah, Kevin Wickham, naturally an attacking player, likes to get after the ball and loves to field ball on bat. But a different situation here, this would certainly test his knowledge of what is taking place.
Oh, that is hit. That is imperious. Pulled to the boundary for 4 runs. That was standing up there for him, and there's not a huge amount of pace in it. And Wickham just hammered that into the ropes for 4.
Yeah, short delivery from McAllister. Picked up a wicket previously with a similar type delivery, but this time Wickham getting into a good position, and they got it over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. Safe shot away for 4. So 15 done. It's 44 for 5.
44 for 5 after 15 overs. So this has represented perhaps the best partnership so far of the innings. 2 boundaries in that over. So McAllister, very much an attacking bowler, going short a couple of times, and twice he's been punished. Once by Young in the over, and the second time by Wickham. A wonderful pull shot that has produced another boundary. And for the first time, we're going to see spin today. Jomel Warrican is going to have the ball in hand at this time.
Yeah, left arm spin in the form of Jomel Warrican from the southern end. And he might be licking his lips with this slow type surface. See how he starts. Let's take a look at the field. Deep fielders are a sweeper, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket. There's also a slip in Kyle Mayers.
6th option used by Barbados today. Here he is, round the wicket. So a little bit of a dart in first ball. Doesn't turn it a huge amount, but relies more on those clever little changes of pace to get his wickets. This might be a wicket that he will love bowling on.
Yeah, definitely.
And Young, I'm sure he has trained a lot with the Barbados team, so he would have seen a lot of Jomel Warrican in training. A little bit wider that time and playing away from the body, but still getting the single. So another one for Young. He's up to 7 now. And the West Indies Academy losing wickets regularly all the way through these innings so far. 2 wickets for Dominic Drakes. His figure's 2 for 10. McAllister 2 for 13. And 1 wicket for Primus. 1 for 5 off his only overs so far. And Warrican trying to add 1 to the wicket column himself. Nice back-footed drive for 1. And these teams have actually met a couple of times before in the tournament. The most remembered one would have been in 2019 when the West Indies academy team, then called the West Indies emerging team, spun out Barbados for 119 31.3 overs. Not a single here. Ashmead Ned took 4 for 29 that day. Yannick Carrier 2 for 21, and Kevin Sinclair took 2 for 25. And the West Indies emerging players, despite a shaky start, Joshua De Silva 27 and Roland Cato 25 not out. They held their nerve and they took the West Indies emerging players through to the final of that competition, which they won, beating the Leewards.
Interesting name, Roland Cato. Seems to be a bit of a forgotten man. He's a pretty decent player, Windward Islands, from the Windward Islands.
Sure, he will have his opportunities in the future. End of the over here. 16 overs gone. West Indies Academy going under at just under 3 runs and over, 47 for 5 after 16.
Yeah, some sanity at the proceedings by Naim Young and Kevin Wickham. And they would need to bat a lot more overs for the West Indies Academy to feel anywhere satisfied with what has taken place previously.
Yeah, so it's a very hot morning here in St. Augustine, Trinidad. Thanks so much for being with us on the CWI channel. Nice to have you here with us. Video Roundfall alongside Kadir Mohammed. Riyad Emrit is having a little bit of a break right now. Straight to the fielder and well stopped. Sure, Riyad is having his morning coffee at the moment. He hasn't had it already.
So Naim Young doing the smart thing, just playing the situation, playing balls on its merit. I think that is what is required at this stage. Just 3 deep fielders out, third man, a sweeper and a deep backward square.
That one kept a little bit low, but there certainly was some zip onto that. I tell you what, Young was through the shot. The ball was already gone by the time he was through the shot. Reminded me of a comment I saw on Facebook. A batsman was dismissed playing a shot earlier this year, and somebody put a comment on Facebook that he was dismissed at 11:23 and his defensive shot came at 11:24. It was a low case of that there, really, because that is the pace of McAllister. He is very quick, even on this pitch.
Yeah, always handy to have someone who can get it up over 140. He's certainly one that can do that.
Yeah, he's quick through the air, so no matter what. Oh my, his fielder's taken him out here. What's happened? Now there's a throw-in coming in from Roston Chase, and he actually clipped McAllister on the back heel. McAllister's just smiling and taking it off, but that could have been actually very serious because it just seemed to hit him. If it had hit him on the Achilles tendon, that would have been very painful.
Yeah, that would certainly have been a freak accident. There's no need to throw the ball, really. There was not a single in it.
Certainly, I'm not sure what young Ross was thinking there. Nicely guided down to third man, and it's not the first time for the morning we've had that. Earlier we had Chamar Brooks throwing one into Shea Hope, who was looking at something else, and he almost copped it on the side of the face.
Yeah.
So almost a few self-inflicted wounds by the Barbadians here today. Does happen every now and again.
Yeah, it does happen.
But they might read it as being lucky because nothing is untoward has happened to their prime batsman, Shea Hope, still the leading run scorer in international ODI cricket since 2019. Still leading Babar Azam from what I last saw in the rankings. I mean, isn't that amazing that since 2019 he's been ahead? And if he had gotten that blow to the face this morning, that could have been very serious here. He's behind the stumps, and sure he must be very pleased with what his Barbados Pride team has achieved here today.
Speaking of Babar Azam, Pakistan and Afghanistan in the World Cup. Pakistan 282 for 7 after 50 overs. Azam getting to 74, and in response, Afghanistan 135 for 1 in 22 overs.
Oh, there's a misfield there. Almost took that one over the ropes. So with that innings now, Babar Azam has now gone past Shea Hope since 2019. So he is now the leading run scorer since 2019 in international ODI competition. and which is a huge testament to what Shea Hope has done over the last 4 years. 17 overs gone. It's now 49 for 2. Just a couple of runs in the over for 5. Correction. Just a couple of runs in the over, and still, this is shaping up to be a very early day here. And Barbados will certainly want this. There are points on offer, as we know, at the start of this competition. You bowl out a team cheaply, and you do get a couple of points. When you look at the points table, you're seeing that some of the teams that have pulled off these brilliant wins have racked up more than, obviously, more than the 4 points would win.
Yeah.
And that has put the Leeward Islands on top of the table at the moment.
Yeah, bonus points on offer. I'm sure Barbados would have picked up a bonus point inside the first power play.
Certainly would, from the performance they had. Another single here, and Warrican continues.
I'm seeing Kimar Smith on the field. Substitute. He's not in the 11. I'm not sure who is not on the field for Barbados.
Stepping away and playing that one there, Young. Warrican just pitching that one maybe about middle and leg, and just trying to give himself some room to play the forcing shot through the offside. There's no one out. There's one player out on the boundary in sweeping on the cover boundary. It's that well. Warrican is one of those excited bowlers who screams catch him almost every delivery he bowls.
There's one critique I could say about Jamal Warrican is I found him to be a little bit slow through the air. He doesn't spin the ball as much. So in international cricket, you find batters playing him with relative ease. Has a chance to sort of better that this tournament. Of course, this is white ball cricket. He plays test cricket for West Indies, red ball.
Well, and it certainly does show in his figures. In his 21 list games before this, his average is 50.52.
Another nice flowing drive from Wickham.
Yes, and that should suggest that average there, which I'm sure he'd want to work on and improve upon, is because of the pace that he does in fact bowl at. But still looking a little bit quicker today. Yeah, that's good. Good. He hasn't given away a lot of runs so far here, Jamal Warrican. And that has brought him to the end of his second over. And so Jamal Warrican, 12 balls so far, just the 6 runs conceded. And everything's going along swimmingly here for Barbados, who are looking to get their second win of the competition. They would, of course, defeated Jamaica in their first game of the competition itself. And that was a big win for the for the Barbados team. Shamar Brooks getting 69, Shea Hope 65, 45 for Craig Brathwaite. Dominic Drake's also firing with 40. He had a flurry of 6s down to the end. And Barbados had to withstand a brilliant 94 from Chadwick Walton. They won by 47 runs quite comfortably. But the Academy team have looked a shadow of themselves in that first game in this match so far.
He played a really complete game against the CCC. Teddy Bishop would have been the mainstay with 95, and he's already back in the hut. A lot was dependent on him.
Primus is back on. Easily straight to the fielder, so good spell there from McAllister, and picked up 2 wickets, did the damage for the Barbados team. And now Primus is back on. He just bowled a 1 over and just got the wicket. He didn't seem to settle at all, actually, and got the wicket off a full toss. So Primus in his second over, 1 for 5. McAllister, 4 overs, 2 for 15. Well, that's a lovely shot. It's beaten the fielder. That's going to run away to the boundary. It's slowing up, though, and now they catch up with it. Leacock, who is very, very quick, was able to pull that one back in. So a couple of runs, but a nice fluent drive down the ground.
Yeah, pleasant looking drive from Kevin Wickham. On drive, executed well. May not have gotten to the boundary, but I'll give him some confidence. He's gone up now to 17 from 20. So nice little partnership building here between Young and Wickham. That run rate just hovering around 2.9 to the over.
And not where he intended it, but he'll take it all the same. These are the only two batters to get into double figures for the West Indies Academy. Their top order absolutely decimated by the combined efforts of McAllister, Drakes, and Primus. And Primus, better known as Optimus. Do they call him Optimus? I think it is.
Time.
Prime Time, the man. And certainly was prime time earlier this year in T20 competition here in Trinidad, T10 competition. He was the player of the tournament in the T10 Blast. Hit a 6 in one of those matches. That was absolutely extraordinary in the final, I believe. Nice looking drive. They will pick up the single. That's good work by Mayers, though. Yeah, he hit it at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He hit it up towards the northern side of the ground. It hit the side screen, and it was still rising when it hit. And he made it look absolutely like it was the easiest thing to do. He was walking in the park.
He's a strong guy. He's Roshan Primus. When he hits it, it stays hit.
Scored a brilliant 130 against Trinidad and Tobago in the semi-finals last year of this competition.
Yeah, brilliant knock. Match-winning knock.
Well, no, it wasn't.
Wasn't a match-winning.
He fell just short.
My bad.
Trinidad and Tobago beat Barbados by 10 runs, but it was a situation where Barbados were nowhere close to the target. Primus came in and he absolutely smashed everything. An innings of counter-attacking brilliance, and eventually they just fell short of it, and it really was something to see.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would rate it highly among his best innings in his career.
Highest listed score to boot.
Now, this is the third time we've seen Wickham in this over trying to launch one over the leg side. He's had 2 fall shots go onto the leg side, so obviously he's lost his concentration a little bit here, trying to get after Primus. End of the over, 19 overs gone, and it's 56 for 5. So prime time will sure get another couple of overs, and Barbados have stuck to the script here. Most of their bowlers have bowled either 4 or 5 overs in these spells, and you would expect in these hot conditions that you would see those shorter spells being used by Captain Shea Hope. Well, there is a lot of inexperience in this West Indies Academy team, but if there was any moisture behind the ears, it's now gone by a combination of the Bayesian heat and the heat here in Trinidad.
Another good looking shot from Young. Picks up a single. Wickham just needs to calm his natural instincts. Just a couple of deliveries previous over, just wanting to get after the bowling.
I agree. I think he is just chafing under the pressure here so far. Yeah, just hanging the length back. He's just in. You get the feeling that he just wants to get Wickham to go after him here and mistime one, perhaps down to long on or long off. Just hanging it up there, trying to play on the patience of Wickham. Will he succumb here? Oh, it almost came. There it was. Went for the big drive and just getting it past the bowler.
Yeah, uppish, but not going to hand. So another single for Kevin Wickham.
Well, he needed to be the height of Daniel Doran to take that. Did you see that catch that Doran took?
Absolutely
that was
brilliant.
something, yeah. bitter tap. And that's exactly what has happened here. So 6 in the over, 64 for 5 at the end of the 25 overs. 20 overs, correction. And Naeem Young on to, well, 18 for Naeem Young, 19 for Kevin Wickham, as we are just about the end of the 20th over. And Riyad Emirates, as always, he's chomping at the bit. I think he's doing a bit of calisthenics before he comes in. Would you believe that Riyad Emirates has played in 11 Super 50 tournaments?
Whoa.
That we were checking that earlier. And Riyad Emirates had started his career in 2004 and played in 11 Super 50 tournaments. And that is quite an achievement in itself. Flicked away, and there's a fielder out there. Will he catch up with this one? Just getting across. That's good fielding out there by the lefty. And they get a run here. Emirates, of course, has his own special place in the history of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. He won the tournament in 2016 as captain of Trinidad and Tobago, and he's a 2-time Super 50 Cup winner. So great to have him on with us here today and to share his experience being a champion 2 times over in this tournament.
A champion player, Riyad Emirates.
Sure, I should also remind you that in 2014 he was the top bowler, so just thought we'd mention that too. That one kept low from Primus. Yeah, it's always great to have the former players. Yeah, well, he's won it. He's been there, done that. As the great Julius Caesar said on his return to the Roman Senate, Vini, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. 65 for 5. Well, there for the West Indies Academy to get back into this game and to get a win here, it would certainly be like turning wine into water at the moment. Water into wine, correction. Full delivery again, and they get through for the single.
Good quick single taken, and a good response from Wickham.
Yeah, altogether it's been a very good performance here from these two. Certainly it's been in huge contrast to what we saw earlier. And they have been able to fashion something of a counter-attacking partnership, but they'll need to do a lot more. Remember, we did tell you that the average first inning score is 262 here, so they're properly just under 200 adrift of that. That's just to be competitive.
Yeah.
We saw 267 being chased down here yesterday off the last ball of the innings. Wickham goes for the single and gets there. Warrican had to go a little bit around it because he is left-handed. It went to his right, and that's where the space for the single came in. Good reading of the conditions there by Wickham.
Yeah, good, well-judged single from Kevin Wickham. Warrican just had to go to his right. Of course, he's left-handed, so that afforded the opportunity to pinch one. It's just good batting, good smart batting. Turning the strike over, already 3 in the over. Just got to keep this sort of momentum going, these two.
Again, looking for the single. And they're not getting the boundaries, so they are trying to pick up the singles readily here. Of course, the heat is now starting to ramp up a bit. And that's going to test the fitness of these young batsmen, as we mentioned earlier. The oldest men on the team are 23 years old. That's Joshua Bishop and Naeem Young at the creaking old age of 23.
Yeah.
I can't even remember being 23. Again, nicely guided through that vacant slip position down to third man. And earlier today was a measure of how the ball was just ambling down to third man. Now it's flying down as the heat has started to pick up here. Kadir is going to take a little bit of a break, and Riyad Emirates going to come in beside me to take us through the next half an hour. What will be coming in the next half an hour as the West Indies Academy for some reason, Riyadh, while you've been off, they've started to recover. Apparently, they've been fearful of your bowling while you've been on. 5 wickets fell while you were on in that early morning session.
Yeah, Vidya, I had a good spell this morning, taking 5 wickets before I took a break. It's a good sort of rebuilding situation here for the West Indies Academy. Skipper is out there. Naeem Young, he's on 20 of 28. Kevin Wickham is 21 of 27.
He's not looking 22 at the moment because he's getting a bit of some running repairs here. Wickham looks like does that look like a hamstring to you? Something's adjustment to the hamstring. Maybe just tweak something. So physio on, just trying to straighten him out.
Hopefully he's nothing too serious because they need him out there. They need him to bat as long as possible. Seems to be all right.
And in fact, our producer, well, he's gone back down again. So they're going to do some more stretching. In fact, our producer suggested that you've been brought back on to finish off the innings. So your reputation precedes you, sir.
Let's see if I can get a couple more here, hopefully.
Well, the West Indies Academy fans will not be hoping that at all. And certainly this is a big test for them here. And they've been found wanting so far. We might be seeing Leacock come into the attack after a bit of tap there for Warrican. Warrican just hanging up a couple deliveries and Wickham smashing him onto the UE Spec Players Pavilion for 6 runs in the last over. So now we're going to see a different challenge perhaps for the posed by the Barbados bowlers. Young, in fact, correction, sorry about that. Wickham hit he hit a wonderful boundary off the other bowler, McAllister, who had bowled one short to him. So Wickham looks to be okay now, isn't he? Yeah, just seems to be straightening things out. I think he'll be ready to resume in a minute or so.
Seems to be okay now. It's good for West Indies Academy. They would want him to carry on as long as possible. Seems like he's took some medication and he's back up on his feet, ready to go.
Yeah, there is a bit of a bug going around Trinidad and Tobago. You don't need to convince me of that. I know. Yeah, it certainly has had a lot of people flat in bed for a couple of days, and perhaps one or two. And there also been a couple of niggles around in some of the teams. Still very early in the tournament. We're just getting warmed up. Barbados only playing their second game. The West Indies Academy playing 3. And here's Leacock, 4 wickets in his last game. Let's see what he has to offer here. Well, occupational hazard for leg spinners. A short one to start off. Luckily, he's not punished for it. Just a single.
Yeah, you expect this from leg spinners. They usually start with a short ball or a full ball. Very rarely you see them starting bang on target, but Leacock did have an excellent game here, taking up 4 wickets against the Jamaican Scorpions, so he'll definitely be looking to continue his good form. When I first saw him bowl, I thought he was a off spinner who bowled a carom ball. Saw him.
Very quick arm action, couple of runs off his first 2 deliveries. Yeah, he's not that's the tallest of men, so that he really has to maximize, you know, in terms of how vertical his bowling arm is to get that bounce. Oh, it's edged, and that is dropped at slip. For a moment, it seemed that Mayers had taken that. It was very, very low to his right, and he's grasped the chance. Here's the chance to look at how it happened.
Fiddy, I think you're very kind, seeing it's very low to his right. I think it's in the pocket.
Should have
taken
that
slip. That's the height you wanted.
Yeah, so Mayers will be very disappointed. He's put that one down, and that was a chance to get rid of this annoying little partnership that was developing here for the Barbados fans. And Leacock could have had a wicket off the second ball he's bowled here. Yeah, so that's a chance gone down already. And Javid Leacock had dreams of a 5th wicket in the tournament. Grasped there by Kyle Mayers. And even though Barbados are totally in charge here, I mean, you'd have to be the biggest of fans to say that they've been in top gear.
Yeah, a couple catches going down. I don't think they used the new ball well. Well, apart from Drake's, the other bowlers from the other end, I don't think they used the new ball well. A bit of indifferent start from primers. Couple full tosses and short balls. So, they haven't bowled extremely well, and yet still they are on top.
Yeah, so not top draw stuff here from the Barbados Pride team, but still in a very good position to force for their 2nd win. As Reefer will be back on to the attack, the left-hander. So he's now bowling for the first time from the northern end of the ground, marked by the pavilion, the UE Spec Sports Center, which you would have seen a couple moments ago. A lovely sight of the Sports Center with the Northern Range here in Trinidad. Picturesque ground in so many ways. Wow, what a shot that is! That's gone all the way for 6 runs. Reefer has been greeted with the batsman Naeem Young coming down the track and has deposited him high over long on. What a shot!
This looked like a premeditated shot from Naeem Young. First ball, Reefer coming back for a new spell. Naeem Young probably thinking it's going to be a loosener, and rightfully so. Coming down the wicket one-handedly over the long on boundary for 6.
Well, welcome back to Raymond Reefer. And that has forced a field change. Well, John McAllister was actually Drake's has now been put back to the long on region. A tall figure of Drake's, and the equally tall McAllister has now gone down to short fine leg. This being adjusted by Shea Hope. So let's see if he, I don't think he's going to try that again. Well, that has brought Naeem Young up to 28 now, so that's a couple of 6s for Naeem Young.
Tall, lanky figure of Drake's is in the long on boundary, waving to his fans.
Oh, naughty shot outside the off stump, trying to cut that one. And I think that one, he's a player that has deserved the success. You can see, you see that he's put in a lot of work over his game. And he's just realized that you're on commentary, so he's asking you very kindly how you are.
He still hasn't thanked me for all the work I've put in with him, but that's okay.
Sure he will later on. He'll send you a Christmas card or something. Nicely played. And so no run resulting from that. Yeah, and it must be a real joy for you to pass on your knowledge to the younger players.
Young Drakes has been one to ask a lot of questions, especially in CPL. He always asks, what is the best option for him to bowl, where you think he should bowl, what sort of feel, and that sort of thing. So he asks a lot of questions. You see, he reaped the rewards now.
And of course, so with your status as one of the top CPL bowlers of all time, where are you on the all-time list? Is it
I'm
third?
still third. I'm
Still third right now. Yeah.
I haven't played the last 3 seasons, so.
Yeah, so, of course, you have made your mark and continue to do so with helping out the youngsters. Of course, for those of you on the wider Caribbean, Riyadh is the under 17 coach for Trinidad and Tobago and has been so for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Keeping a little bit low again, and you're seeing that's where the straight bat comes into play here. And from Reefer, who's now out to the southern end, a couple of them keeping low. And so Barbados fully in control here. So let's see where this goes from here. The partnership developing nicely. 46 it is now of 60. That's not bad.
Again, Naeem getting a 6 of the first ball and next 4 balls, 4 dots.
And picks up a single, just getting that one through the gap. Craig Brathwaite comes off the boundary to do the fielding. Isn't that amazing that Barbados have the ODI captain who is behind the stumps and the test captain is out on the cover boundary. And it just tells you a lot about Craig Brathwaite, that he's really a great team player.
Definitely a great team player, good human being as well. Last game here at the University Jamaica against Barbados, they had all three West Indies captains playing. You know, it's good to see that they're all involved in regional cricket at this point in time. It's a pity that, you know, there's not much fans coming out to look at these games. It's free, and we have the best in the Caribbean playing at the moment. So we urge any fans to come out and support these young talent, experienced talent sometimes, and the best of the Caribbean is at show.
Slip still in place here for Leacock. It's the flighted delivery, but a bit too full. Driven away for one. Had a chance to get a wicket off his second delivery last over. Dropped at slip by Mayers. And that would have been Mr. Emirates' sixth wicket since he's been on commentary. So, naughty from Mayers. And just pulls that one away nicely, just picks up the run. So altogether, it's looking much more comfortable. And we've seen the pitches improve here at UWE throughout the day. Once that preparation moisture starts to dissipate over the first hour or so, it does become a very good track to bat on. And just going back yesterday to that Shane Dorridge 100, certainly that was a really classy innings from Dorridge, and it shows that he still has a lot to offer the West Indies cricket.
Most definitely, you know, he's a match-winning 100. He showed his experience. He's the leader of the team. He knew if he was there to the end, you know, there's a great possibility that they would have won.
That was a single, and it did look at one point that they would lose the game, especially when young Jordan went down, hit wicket. It did look at that point that the Windward Islands were going to win that game yesterday. But real credit to the CCC and especially to Dorridge, who was able to marshal his troops and get the win.
I did say on air, you know, I thought that the Windward Islands, you know, they were in the advantage. But, you know, Dorridge, he needed someone to hit a couple boundaries. Greaves hit a 6, and I think he hit a 4 as well, you know, and that sort of took the pressure off Dorridge.
Hit straight, hit hard, and it's gone for 4. That is blazed past the fielder, and another fine shot here. This is Naeem Young, and a counter-attacking innings here from the captain. And Barbados will have to be very careful here, because if this continues along for a period of time, we could see a real momentum shift in the game. So a boundary at the end of the 24th over, 86 for 5 after 24.
Naeem Young would know most of these players here. He's from Barbados, so he's played with a lot of these guys. Anyone will know these Barbados bowlers much better than anyone. So
we have a bit of a water break, and we're going to take a bit of a water break ourselves here at the West Indies Academy after slumping to 25 for 4 at one point, and now 86 for 5 at the second drinks break. We'll be back in a few minutes after that. Welcome back. And after 24 overs, the West Indies Academy are 86 for 5. These two batters, Wickham and Young, came together with the fall of the 5th wicket at 31, and the partnership has blossomed since then. So it's been a counter-attacking display from these two, Wickham and Young, but still a lot to do here. As I would have mentioned a couple of times earlier, the average first inning score in the competition is 262 here at this venue, so they'll need a lot of work here. Reefer is going to continue at the moment. He's bowling from the northern end of the ground. Young is at the non-strikers end. Wickham, perhaps the taller and the slimmer of the two batsmen, batting at the southern end of the ground. Here's Reefer on his way as Barbados trying to get the breakthrough here. Oh, that's a lovely stop. Got a nice bounce, but made the best out of it there. And Roston Chase diving away. Quite a fine cricketer he is, Roston Chase.
Yeah, he's made up for the early job catch. He took another one. He's diving around, stopping. Good all-round cricketer, Roston Chase. He'll be relishing the opportunity to bowl on this pitch. Don't know if he'll get the opportunity though.
Yeah, he's another option for the Pride. That one kept low again, and Wickham dealt with it well. And Roston Chase really came onto the radar of so many West Indies fans, and it's only his second test against India. Scored 100 and took 5 wickets. So how many people can say they did that in their second test match?
Yeah, for a period of time he really enjoyed international cricket. He was doing well with both bat and ball. Sort of slipped off the radar for a while.
Oh, that's pulled away into the gap, 4 runs. And that is another fine shot here from Kevin Wickham. And you got the sense that Young had took over the attacking intent for the West Indies Academy. Now Wickham getting back into the act. That is another fine shot.
Extremely good shot here from Wickham. Ball just back off a length. You can see the slowness of the pitch here, but he have batted some balls. He batted 34 balls, Kevin Wickham, so he knows the bounce and pace of the wicket. And that's all you need to do on pitches like this. Bat as much balls as possible. Get in.
Nicely played again, and he's blossoming this innings here. Now they've done the hard work, Wickham and Young, with this partnership, which has really gone past 50 now, and it will be a shame for them to give away their wickets at this point. They really need to push this partnership into a century partnership to give their team a chance.
Yeah, nothing seems to be bothering them at the moment. Wickham getting a couple chances at slip and backward point, but he's shown the maturity to stick in. He's batting with the captain, and the captain is a very good all-rounder. He knows how to score runs. He's not going to give away his wicket. He probably has a point to prove playing against Barbados. So he'll want to stay here and prove a point and probably get a very big score.
Well, they both do. They both also
exactly.
have ambitions of representing the Pride. So this is the ideal opportunity for them to let the selectors know. Nicely played again, and seeing more and more power coming into the game of Young as the over comes to an end. End of Reefer's 4th over, none for 15 his figures so far at the end of 25. So we are at the halfway point. It is 91 for 5 here for the West Indies Academy. Still not a great position, but it's a far better position than when they came together. The partnership now up to 60. Now this tournament has been widely followed all the way through. You talked about the lack of fans in the venue itself, Riyadh, but a lot of people are watching online, and one of them who is watching is the great man himself. Brian Charles Lara, about 10 o'clock last night, posted a comment, and he says that this is a message to young batters in the CG United Super 50. And his message is very simple. Keep looking at the ball. Don't take your eyes off it. And he explained there's a story that goes behind it, which I'll hope to relate here. But first, let's just pause to tell you that Roston Chase, as you mentioned, you're calling all the right shots here, Riyadh. And Roston Chase is now in. I tell you what, it's not the kind of weather to completely shave your head, is it? It is very, very hot out here.
Yeah, we've been having some really, really hot weeks or months here in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm sure he'll be using a lot of sunscreen.
Yes, I'm sure. More than his fair share. There is Chase, the off spinner, in now from the southern end. And a single immediately. So Chase does have a lot to offer. He's quite a fine bowler. Has played Test cricket, ODI cricket, 10 T20s. Actually forced his way into the West Indies T20 team at the World Cup because of his performances at the 2021 CPL. Full toss this time. Just to go back to that Brian Lara story, he was telling young batters to keep looking at the ball, don't take your eyes off it. And he was relating a story while he was batting in the nets. There was a former West Indies player behind him, and he was telling him, young man, you're not looking at the ball. Oh, not far away from the fielder. And he looked back and he said to the former West Indies cricketer, he said, but I am looking at the ball. How could you say that? And then the gentleman said, I want you to look at the ball from the bowler's hand at the start of his run-up. Keep your eyes on it until it hits your bat. And when Lara started to do that, he said, then he realized I really was not looking at the ball. Now, I think you know where I'm going and who the identity of that gentleman behind the crease, behind the nets was. It was Gary Sobers was telling him that you're not looking at the ball. And it just tells you, he was trying to locate the ball from when it comes out of the bowler's hand, but he was telling him, no, you need to look at it from the time the bowler runs in. Pulled away, and there's Brathwaite out there to do the fielding, but that's a great lesson for all young batters in the CG United Super 50 and for all young batters around the region. Keep looking at the ball, don't ever take your eyes off it.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, the great one sharing his knowledge. I saw him at the Queen's Park Oval on Thursday. I think he's involved some part with the West Indies Academy, because I saw him there for a while. So
mentor in
the West Indies Academy. And, you know, it's great to see that he's giving back his wealth of knowledge for free. So,
and you know, those little bits of technical adjustments can make a huge impact on your game. These games like cricket and golf, which demand those fine technical skills, just those small changes can have a huge impact on your game.
And you're right, you know, those small changes, you might be thinking you're not doing something right, and you want to change so many things, and those small stuffs is what makes a difference.
Certainly do, and just keeping an eye on the ball. I mean, I've heard other players talk about it. The great Sunil Gavaskar also was one who watched the ball constantly, no matter where it was, even as he was running to the boundary, still looking at the ball, because it's a habit, keeping your eye on the ball all the way through. Now, Leacock has been switched over to the northern end now, had a fair amount of success at the other side. Can he repeat that now? That's driven nicely, beats the fielder. Yeah. Diving attempt in the cover region. And a single here for Wickham, who is back up to 32. But what do you make of this change?
I think it's a good change. He's bowling from the right end. You want the off-spinner bowling from the bottom end, the southern end. Bringing the ball into the two right-handers, trying to hit up the breeze.
Yeah, certainly shades of during your time when Amit Jagannath would pull exclusively ball from the southern end.
Southern end, and the leg spinner from the top end, taking the ball away from the right-hander, trying for them to hit against the turn of the ball. So I think it's a good change.
We'll get the single. It's going to be a little bit tight, but they read their fielder well, because again, that was to the right hand of Warwican, who had to run round it. Didn't pick it up, but it was smart thinking by these two batters.
Then these two will know Warwican very well. You know, he's not the fastest in the field, so they will look to challenge him. Short mid-wicket.
Well, that Riyadh has just gotten some compliments there from Dominic Drakes, who ran up to tell him he's enjoying your commentary. He's standing just about 10 meters away from you.
Finally getting some good words from Dominic Drakes. Finally get a good compliment from Dominic Drakes.
Yeah, well, I shudder to think what you've heard from him before.
Things are looking up on my side now.
Yes,
thanks, Drakesy.
Well, and as we were talking about Drake's, he bowled at the start of the innings here, bowled a very good spell and took a couple of wickets. We haven't seen him since that 5-over burst. Obviously, they're trying to save him up for the end here. Would you be tempted to bring him back in and try to break this partnership?
Yeah, I'll be tempted to bring him back in, try to get one of these two batters out and try to get through the tail as quickly as possible. But the guys who are bowling now, they'll know these batters as well, and Shea Hope will know better than us, what he's thinking. But yeah, I'll definitely be tempted to bring back one of my frontline bowlers to try to get a wicket, try to get a breakthrough. Don't try to wait too long when they're set.
Some captains do fall into that cookie cutter sort of approach. The plans are laid out, they stick to it no matter what. But that's where you earn your money as a captain, where you have to massage the plans a little bit just to get the breakthrough when these things come out. There's a great line from the former heavyweight boxer Mike Tyson. He says everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. Forward to it. They're going for the single. No, yes, no, and they decide to go back. And again, they're going to try their arm at Warrican, but this time Warrican was very, very quickly across it. This time, the difference was it was to his left hand.
Exactly.
So they decided to pull out of it. Warrican saying, I'm no one-run boundary out here, boys. Takes a few paces in, and at the urging of Chase, they're ready to go. He looked to be shaping up for a big shot there, Wickham, and saw it coming across him and just played it straight to Mayers. And well, with these two on, Chase doesn't turn it a huge amount. Just relies on really trying to tie up the batsman. Leacock at the other end, he's the one who you would feel they would. He would be the danger man in this particular partnership.
Yeah, he'll be the more attacking bowler in this partnership. However, we've seen Ruston Chase, bowl. He has the ability to spin the ball, especially on wickets like these. So I like the field placing. 5 on the leg side is a short square leg, a short mid wicket.
That time he gets it through the net. Those 5 fielders on the leg side circling like sharks, but that time found a way through the in between them. And the conditions have improved a little bit now. The sun has gone behind the clouds that have started to mass ahead of us here, and Emirates is very happy with it, as am I too. Cut away. Not going to beat the fielder. That's a nice looking stop there by Drakes. Wasn't hit full-blooded, but still had to get across it and put in the dive. End of the over, 28 overs gone, and the West Indies Academy are just a run away from getting to 3 figures after 28 overs of the innings. But the game is starting to trend towards the West Indies Academy. We won't say that they're in total command at the moment, but maybe some of the Barbados fans might be getting a little bit antsy, thinking, well, maybe it's just drifting a little bit here. We need to do something to get the wickets.
Yeah, the West Indies Academy, they're winning this part of the game. This session, they're winning. The Barbados Pride, however, they still think that they're on top. 5 wickets down, 28 overs, 99 for 5. They still think they're on top. One wicket here.
That's it high over the cover region. 1 bounce to Brathwaite, who's out on the boundary. There were cries immediately that went up for a catch, but that was well short of Brathwaite. And that's the 100 up for the West Indies Academy of 28.1 overs. It's been a real grind here, but finally they've gotten over the 3-figure mark, a figure they didn't look like getting to earlier in the innings. Yeah, so certainly it was a disastrous effort. The wickets falling at 18, 22, 22, 25, and 31. So that was a situation where in 13 runs, 5 wickets went down. That's how alarming it was.
It's been the trend throughout the tournament. You lose 1 wicket, you lose a couple wickets, and nothing has changed in this game for the West Indies Academy. But this partnership has really taken them to a good score so far. They'll be looking to carry on a lot more.
Yeah, it's a bit of a systemic problem in the regional game. And Phil Simmons, during his term as West Indies cricket coach, would have referenced it several times about not losing wickets in groups.
Sort of the trend in the tournament thus far. You lose one.
Nice looking shot, pick up another single, Wickham up to 35. Young had actually left him behind for a large part of the innings. Now it's Wickham who's the one who's looking more aggressive, and Young has gone into a bit onto the back burner, but that's how it happens in partnerships. Good stop.
They have complemented each other very well. We've seen Naeem Young coming in and attacking the bowlers, getting off some good shots. Wickham being the anchor man. Now the table has turned.
And of course, you've been involved in some big partnerships for Trinidad and Tobago yourself, and that ebb and flow, that give and take between the two batters out there certainly is what is needed. End of the 29th over here, 103 for 5. Our producer committed the egregious sin earlier today of accusing you of having only one first-class 100. What's wrong with him?
I don't know what's wrong with that guy. I don't know if he's been watching cricket. He doesn't have the stats like you, Vidya, so I'll forgive him for that.
In fact, he's now trying to defend himself lamely, I might say, by saying he was interested in only that innings. How could you not be interested in the other 200s you have? Yes, chase to continue. And another one. Yeah, so certainly. So Pride still very much in control here, but just an inkling that things are not quite going where they hoped. They've taken their foot off the accelerator a little bit here and allowed the West Indies academy players back into it. But that would cheapen what these two young Barbadians have done here, batting against their home country. They go for the single, and that's easily done. Nicely run to Leacock, who had to run in from the 30-meter circle and can't prevent the single.
Yeah, take nothing away from these two batters. They've batted excellently. I think they understand their job. They need to bat a lot of balls, build a partnership, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Cut away, and that's nicely stopped. That's a nice diving stop. Is it Warwickon again? And if you thought that he's maybe one of the weaker fielders out there, well, that certainly showed. That was a good stop, because that would have gone to the boundary for 4. This time to his right, can't stop that one. And they get 1 run. The West Indies Academy players were interested in 2. Young thought there was a second. There was a misfield, but Wickham was not interested in that at all. Couple of deliveries to go here. In Roston chase is over, and Kadir will be joining you shortly. Turned nicely, and this it just seems too easy at this moment here for these two West Indies Academy batters. They're playing him more like a medium pacer, just pushing him into the V and picking up the runs readily here.
I think Wickham is still struggling with that hamstring. He doesn't seem to be running fluently like he did before. And you're right, it's too easy here for these two batters.
Straight to the fielder this time, so no run off the last ball of the 30th over. So that's going to end my time here with you, Riyadh, and going to reacquaint you with your good friend Kadir, who's going to take you through the next half an hour. At the end of 30 overs, West Indies Academy are 107.45.
As you see, Javed Leacock is going to continue from the northern end. He's going to be bowling to Kevin Wickham. Kevin Wickham 35 or 51. Naeem Young 42 or 58. Really good partnership here for the West Indies Academy. As you welcome back Kadir.
Yeah, good afternoon again, viewers. Very good partnership building here. 76 it's worth so far between Captain Naim Young and Kevin Wickham. Javid Liko going through a pretty decent spell into his fifth over, just 18 conceded. Wickham with another easy single. You mentioned Riyadh, it's just going a bit too easy for the West Indies Academy batters. Maybe the Pride have just taken their foot off the accelerator slightly.
Yeah, it's been easy going for these two. Having said that, Wickham was given a chance at slip very early in his innings. He was given 2 chances actually.
Yeah, one to Roston Chase at backward point for his very first ball. And then a difficult catch. Kyle Mayers at slip of Javid Leacock. He's buckled down nicely since then. He's up to 38.
Having said that, these two have really come out. Naim Young came out looking to be aggressive, but calculated aggression, I think. The ball is in his area. He tried to score, then he defend the good balls.
And of course, the Pride would have picked up those 5 wickets very early on in the power play. And since then, through the middle overs, they're not able to pick up wickets as regular as before. How much of a challenge it is bowling up front and then in the middle overs? What's the adjustment the bowlers got to make?
Obviously, the up front, as we keep saying, 9 o'clock start. There's a lot of there are going to be moisture in the pitch, so it's a lot easier, you would think, for bowlers. There's a harder ball. Balls probably would swing along, seam around a lot more. So it's a bit bowler friendly. Bowling in the middle overs where the ball is not doing as much, it's a bit easier for batters. But having said that, we've seen in the middle overs when the ball gets soft, spinners take over and it's a lot easier for the spin bowlers to bowl theirs. But it's 2 different lengths and line that you want to bowl, the new ball and the older ball. If it's a flat pitch, you don't want to be bowling full. This wicket is a bit slower, so you want to bowl full but straight. You have the opportunity to get wickets bowling straighter. If they miss, you hit wicket that is coming through. You don't want to bowl too full because you could just stand there and play through the line, and it's easy for the batters. So it all depends on the nature of the surface of the pitch.
There's something as a whole, us here in the Caribbean, we've got to grow accustomed to. We've seen international cricket, the different types of bowlers. You look at England, for example. There's Mark Wood through the middle with his raw pace. There's Adil Rashid. When we look at it, India, there's Hardik Pandya who bowls through the middle. There's Shami. There's also Kuldeep Yadav. Variations, variety.
Yeah, I think Wood for England, they're probably thinking, with his extra pace, with the older ball, he's suited for that. Rather than have somebody who's a bit slower than him, it might be easier for the batters.
Russian Chase about to start his 4th over. And again, Young is picking up another single. I like this period here that the West Indies Academy are going through. Boundaries are not coming as easily as previously, but they're still rotating the strikes, still picking up the singles.
Naim Young has looked good throughout. He played a decent hand against Leeward Islands. Again today, he's gotten a start.
A bit of cloud cover now, and we're seeing the ground staff on the eastern side just getting prepared. Doesn't look much of a threat at this stage. They would know the conditions better than most. Quicker delivery from Chase. I must admit though, Riyadh, I like the look of Naim Young. I think he's a very good cricketer, one for the future. Very good thinker of the game. And he's come into a difficult situation. Yes, no, but in the end, all's well that ends well. He's a real good all-round cricketer, certainly one for the future. And he's showing his leadership skills here too.
He's definitely one for the future. He has a wealth of talent. And as you say, his ability to lead the troop here, that extra pressure, being a captain, is showing his maturity out there.
Another over completed, 32 done, 112 for 5.
Naeem has had the opportunity to play CPL. He has played a few seasons, so that experience again, bringing in that experience into this and sharing with the younger players. He's one of the older guys in the team, and when I said older, he's only 23. So being a part of the CPL and rubbing shoulders with guys who played franchise cricket, international cricket, would have done him a wealth of good coming into set up just like the West Indies Academy.
It's always good to get the younger players, give them that opportunity early on. It's a very good experience for them. Here's Warwickon back into the attack. Doesn't look that threatening, Jamal Warwickon. 3 overs previously, none for 14. Wind has certainly picked up. Ground staff at the ready. All parts of the ground, we're seeing them mobilizing. Umpires unmoved so far. And now when you see the ground staff at the ready, not a stage of the game where you want to be playing an attacking shot or losing a wicket now. Just saw Wickham with a reverse sweep. High risk shot.
It is a high risk shot, but these days guys are playing these shots like it's a normal sweep shot.
And this one a top edge. Luckily for Young, it falls in a vacant fine leg region and he picks up 2. I didn't know much about that one. Maybe a little bit of bounce there. Luckily for him, there was no short fine leg in place. There was a square leg. Hey, this is much better from Young. 2 away from a well-deserved half century. Just 68 deliveries.
Much better there from Young. I think he wanted to play a sweep shot and get in the top edge. Would have been very disappointed if that ball had gone straight up in the air. He's batted well together with Wickham, taking the score to 116 for 5 after being 31 for 5. So this is a really good partnership here. They be looking to bat as much overs as possible and having that launch at the end.
Yeah, very good rebuilding job between these two. And you would have coach's hat and seen a Young playing a shot like that. You'd be kicking everything.
Yeah.
Nice from Wickham, just whipping this one on the onside. Easy single for the taking. 117 for 5. Projected score 176. If these two could go on for a bit more, they'd be looking above the 200 mark.
I don't see why they can't get to over 200. Even 230, 240 would be a challenging score. At least they'll have something to fight with. Nothing seems to be bothering this pair at the moment.
Yeah, nice again from Wickham. Using the depth of the crease and just whipping it nicely. And how important is it, Riyadh, to use the depth of the crease to spinners, just sort of negate the spin on offer?
Yeah, it's very important. You know, you see a lot of batters now use the crease. They go very deep into the crease. Sometimes it looks like they're gonna hit their wicket.
Young turning this one leg side, looking for that single. One away from a half century.
We saw yesterday Jordan Johnson. You know, he hit his wicket because he was that far back into his crease, but he was someone who was using his crease very well.
Here's Naim Young picking up a half century for the West Indies Academy captain. A well played half century in the context of this game of 74 deliveries. What a knock it's been so far. Job not yet over for him.
Definitely looking to carry on as long as he can. Well played to Naim Young. 50 off 74 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. It's not yet over. It's a long way to go. 16 overs left in this match, in this innings. He'll be looking to bat as long as possible, taking it as deep as possible. He together with Wickham.
Here's Warwickon again. And they've batted excellently in this partnership, the ebbs and flow. You know, but speaking about responsibility, Naim Young has definitely taken that responsibility with half his side back in the shed with just 31 on the board. He's played the situation well. Wickham too deserves a half century. He's on 42 from 59. Oh, this one is in the air, but it's gonna land safely. Another sweep shot again, going airy-fairy. This time Wickham.
Seems like these two batters are favouring Joel Warwickam. Every time he comes on the ball, they look to attack him early.
We look at the deep fielders. There's a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a long on, a long off. Craig Brathwaite sweeping the extra cover boundary. Nice looking shot from Young. Brathwaite has some work to do. But pick up 2. Good shot from Young.
Nicely played there by Young, just waiting on his back foot. Getting it past, diving backward point fielder there. Craig Brathwaite have some work to do.
We may not be too far away from seeing some seam back into the attack. Into the 35th over. Good delivery to end over number 35. At the end of it, it's 1-2-4 for 5.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing here, Qadir. They need to have one of their frontline bowlers back into the attack. Probably Dominic Drakes or even McAllister. You know, someone with a lot more pace than these two were bowling here. I think they've been used to the spinners here for a while. We haven't seen them bat the faster bowlers yet, so I would be thinking that Shea Hope will be bringing back one of his faster bowlers, one of his frontline bowlers.
Yeah, here is Wickham sweeping and he's out. McAllister taking the catch at the deep backward square boundary, and again the sweep shot to no avail. Wickham this time just giving it away. He goes for 43. 124 now for 6.
Again, after a very good partnership, Kevin Wickham, decided that he want to play a sweep shot, not getting full bat on it, this bounce, I think it bounced a bit more than he expected and hit it straight to backward square, the backward square. I don't think that the West Indies Academy coaches would be happy with that. He played well. Good partnership of 93 together with the captain, but they would have loved him to go on a lot longer than that. They lose their 6th wicket, 124 for 6.
Yeah, not a good shot, you have to say, Riyad Emirates. I can't help but to think, though, that he was struggling a bit with that hamstring injury. It may have just played with his mind a bit. But in the end, he goes for a well-played 43. 124 now for 6. Matthew Ford, a new batter. Another Bajan.
It's another good all-rounder. Another positive all-rounder comes to the crease. He's not going to look to stick around. He's one to play the big shots, but he'll definitely need to turn the strike around, give Naeem Young as much strike as possible. Try to get set and hopefully stay there to the last 10 overs. And Ruston Chase will be looking to have other plans. The Barbados Pride will be looking to have other plans.
Gifting Ruston Chase a wicket there out of nowhere against the run of play, you have to say, because they was looking so comfortable against the spinners. Ball not really spinning that much. They were getting the singles previously, the odd boundaries here and there, and then just giving it away. But opportunity here for Matthew Ford, a 23-year-old all-rounder. Oi! Bit uppishly, just short of Chase in his follow-through. And just like that, things seem to be happening here now.
And that's what we keep saying, you lose one, the new batter who comes to the crease is always going to be difficult. On a slow pitch is always going to be difficult.
Yeah, to just get started on a slow wicket like this. This is where the conversations between Naeem Young, who's been there for quite some time now, just got to tell Ford, just got to wait a second longer, a tad longer. Again, coming off the inner portion of the bat. So things happening here for Chase and the Pride.
When you lose a wicket and the new batter comes in, it seems like it's a different wicket now they're batting on. Bowler gets the confidence to do certain things.
So on down the track and they're driving nicely to long on, gets off the mark. Ford, end of a successful over for Chase and the Pride. It's 1-2-6 for 6.
Seems like there's one more delivery left in this over.
One more delivery. My apologies. So it is now, in fact, the end of the over. Score remains at 1-2-5 for 6. We look at the bowlers there. Riyad, Dominic Driggs bowling 5, McAllister 4, Reefer 4 as well. Primus, just the 3 overs for him, 1 for 13. Still persistent with spin. Warrican about to start a new over.
And you can see the makeup of the Barbados Pride team. They've used 8 bowlers thus far. Lot of options for Shea Hope. Just as we were talking about using one of the frontline bowlers. Ruston Chase got a wicket, so I'm sure he'll be carrying on. He's bowled 5 overs. 4 overs, I think.
He's working into his 6th over, none for 22. Ford having a bit of a look here now.
They'll want to bowl a lot of balls to Ford. He's new to the crease. He's already faced 6 balls, 1 run, so they'll be looking to bowl a lot more to him.
Another quick single. You have to say a well-judged single in the end. Myers at cover, just maybe on his heels.
She hope isn't happy with that quick single, and sure the plan was to stay as tight as possible to the new batter, not get him off strike early. He's gotten the single of the third ball, so he would think that he's done his part.
The slip comes out for the more established Young. Brooks now goes into a catch and cover, short cover. Oh, Naim Young wanted to get a good piece of that one, completely missed. Maybe a bit of spin and offer there for Warwickon.
I'm convinced that they're targeting Warwickon now. A lot of shots has been played against Warwickon. I'm convinced that they're looking to go after him.
There is that one bowler in a lineup that you feel as though we're gonna attack him. Warwickon seems to be that man. He's held his own so far, credit to him. Into his sixth over, just 23 conceded. Here's Young sweeping, getting a good piece of this one all the way for a maximum. Naim Young picks up a 6 here. He had a good shot this time.
Exactly what I said. I think they're looking to target him, and this is the end with the breeze, so anything that you get a good hand of it, it's going to go for 6, and that's a good shot there from Naim Young, sweeping over square leg for 6.
Yeah, good end to the over, and again not able to close out the over. Warwickon. So 37 overs completed, 132 for 6. Had run rate at just 3.5 to the over as Riyadh takes his leave, and Video Ramphal comes back to join me. Video just at Ruston Chase about to start his 7th over, and Ford is picking up another single. But just at that stage there, Video, where the batting seemed to be pretty easy, pretty comfortable against the spinners, Wickham just gave it away.
Yeah, he was, hello there everybody, nice to be back. Yeah, he was showing signs that things were not going too well for him.
Here is Young, another 6, another maximum in the slot, and he's dealing in 6s at this stage now. Naim Young, another one. Ruston Chase, the bowler this time. A good hit there, Video.
Oh yeah, this is turning out to be a real gem of an innings from Naim Young. Put one away in the last over. This one was dead straight as an arrow. That was hit with huge power, a lot of malice in that shot.
Good comeback from Ruston Chase. There was a bit of flight there, but good presence of mind from Naim Young. Good place to hit though, hit straight. Value for runs there.
Well, tell you what, Kadir, if this is an audition for Naim Young to get a place in this Barbados Pride team and future teams, well, he's doing his chances no harm at all.
Yeah, what better opposition to do it against?
And we've seen that in the past. Many players who have not made it into their home countries, they come up against them in a competition like this to take the best use of it.
Yeah, back and cutting. Another quick single. Gets home in the end. Young pinches another one. Single to finish off the 38th over. It's a 1-4-0 for 6.
Just coming back to that point against performing against your own country. One remembers in that 2019 Super 50, Joshua De Silva had been left out of the Trinidad and Tobago side. I'm sure he would have been pretty disappointed by that. He turned up in the Super 50, got 100, got a 50, and that's where he really started to see the upward trend. Many people who had not known about Joshua De Silva, after that they certainly did after that tournament. Yeah, and Yannick Carrier was the captain of that team, and also put in a fine performance. He also started to trend upwards from that tournament. He had been performing consistently for Trinidad and Tobago, but after his performance there was a new realization that there were a lot of new strings to his bow. And within a couple of years, or a year or so, a season or so, he was on the West Indies side.
Yeah, progression. It's been upward for those two. And before you knew it, Joshua De Silva was on a tour, the West Indies team to England. So he's done his chances no harm. Of course, a mainstay now in the West Indies test team. But here's Warrican, about to start his 7th over. Diving effort from Leacock, can't prevent the single though.
It was an excellent partnership of 93 between Wickham and Young. Young, of course, the aggressor in that. Wickham played his part, but the combination of the injury and perhaps just being bogged down for so long really put an end to his innings, because he was looking as though he was losing patience. And, well, in fact, the umpires have now decided they're going to head off because the rain is down away to the left of us here. And here the covers, they're streaming on at the moment. And also just behind us, I'm not sure if you hear it or if you can hear it at home, but there is a huge roar of rain coming down, cascading down from the northern range and heading towards us here at UE Spec. There it is. That's where it is. That's where it's coming there. It's coming there, and you can see that's where the rain is coming from. No, we're not trying to cover it up in any way at all, but that's where the rain is coming from, and that is the position we're in. And the rain has come down, and we may be in for a fairly lengthy stay here. And the West Indies Academy have done well to hold Barbados at bay with a good 93-run partnership, 141 for 6, as the rains have brought an end to play, at least for now.
And so with that break in play, we would take a break and we'd be back as soon as we have more action. The West Indies Academy, after 38.1 overs, they've progressed to 141 for 6. Naim Young, the captain, he's out there, 66 not out, and Matthew Ford is with him. So that's the state of the game as it stands, and as soon as we have more play, we'll be back with you.
Hey, welcome back to Yui here, where the match number 11 of the CG United Super 50 Cup between Barbados and West Indies Academy has ended with the match being abandoned. And what you're seeing on the screen right now, that's how the match ended. West Indies Academy were put into bat by Barbados earlier today. They lost a flurry of wickets before subsiding to 31 for 5. Then there was a 93-run six-wicket partnership between Kevin Wickham and Naeem Young. Young getting to 67. Wickham was dismissed for 43. Shortly after that, as a new partnership was developing between Young and Matthew Ford, the rains came down, and since then we have had absolutely no play at all. So this match has ended in a draw. The West Indies Academy, of course, and Barbados will get a couple points, but Barbados will pick up some more points because of their performance in the power play over. So that's how it's ended here. We will be back here on Wednesday at UE Spec here for more action in the Super 50, and that is the latest for you here. So we'll leave you with the news that the West Indies Academy Barbados game has ended with an abandonment. On behalf of Riyad Emrit, Kadir Mohammed, and the rest of the crew here at UE St. Augustine, it is bye for now.